for the raid. Welcome in, people. Anything started up right now? Virtually, thank you for the follow. Brooksra, hey, this would be a good time for Dawn to stream. You actually are. I just could sense you thinking that, Brooksra. Yeah, that's Pat Sajak. Doing the worst Scooby-Doo impression ever. Steven, thank you for the follow too. The future goat of applied math, the next stroke. You got a lot of faith in me, Desson. Thank you. So yeah, Zach, I hope your stream was good. I got a good chunk of it. Or do we know? Hello. Hope your day's going well. The plan for today is, ask me math questions, distract me. That's the fun of these streams. But if there's a question from chat, I'm gonna hopefully finish up this little data analysis project I've been working on. I've been wanting to learn R, and my excuse to kind of learn it is doing data analysis on like Roguesrut. Holy crap! Thank you so much for the gift sub to Rushback. I really appreciate that. SSD is doing labor work virtually. Okay, you have extra money in Twitch for some reason. I appreciate you sending it here. Thank you so much. Yeah, so data analysis on like the demographics of cancer incidence, which is basically diagnosis. And so I'm writing up a document with based on the SEER database, which is just publicly available data. You have to jump through a lot of hoops to get access to this data, but I did it. R is a pirate's language, you know, it's because R. Yep. Oh god. I forgot I had that alert. Thank you so much for the 200 bits also, Ruxra. That's very kind of you. 10k kb per second? Oh, that sounds like a rookie number. You gotta say, why would you think it's a 50 sub giveaway? That'd be great. I wouldn't say no. I don't think I've ever had a bomb that big though. I want to say like I've had a few like 20 bombs, but it's about it. And I'm very grateful for even that. So, but yeah. So disparities in cancer incidence based on sex and on race. Go through a thing where I clean up the data because it's given in kind of a weird format. But the first kind of cool graph to look at is right here, which is, this is an age-adjusted rate. You can think of these as numbers per 100,000 people with a caveat that it's not like one-to-one necessarily. Because they're age adjusted, which it's because age is a really common like confounding factor in doing stuff like this, and we have the data not necessarily to get rid of that factor entirely, but at least like mitigate it. Maybe doc first, and I'll give Don time for my attending paycheck for his advice. I wouldn't say no. Yeah, so we can see that in the year 2000, this data is all pertaining to just America. Not necessarily even all of America. It covers about half the population, like just under half, but it's not like distributed evenly throughout. That's true, Femvox, yeah. If I can get 10 people to promise me 10% of their paychecks, that means I'm making like an entire living for doing nothing. That's the new goal. I think that's actually that's basically how church works. That doesn't depend on the money per paycheck. Yeah, if it's a bunch of unemployed people, I guess that's not much. Um, yeah, so in the year 2000, there's a pretty big disparity between males and females, and it's kind of narrowed down up until 2023, where our data ends, both because females are on the rise slightly, but males have had a pretty big drop. Yeah, sure, virtually. Wait, why didn't this one? Actually, let's do the safe thing. Restart our run all chunks. Why are you not plotting? The plot ain't plotting. I am confused. This was working last night. Yeah, it is a pretty big change. I'm not sure why. It's plotting against me. Yes. I can get it to come up here. I don't know why it's not coming up in the actual document there. But yeah, we go from just over 2,500 people per 100,000 down to, I don't know, 2,200. I mean, what's that as like a percent change? 2,500. Actually, no, we want the other way around. 2,200 divided by 2,500. So it's 88% of its old value. Seems like a pretty decent change. I'm not sure why. The main point of this is just to demonstrate that I've learned something to do with R. I'm not trying to comprehensively answer all of these questions. I don't have a very good answer for why males will be on the decrease and females will be on the increase. I mean, I do dig into why females are increasing a bit in one of these graphs later on, but I still don't, like, I don't know. My bio teacher has us doing 150 textbook pages worth of notes, then we have to have a test the day we get back. I'm not happy. That sounds absolutely terrible, Roxer. I'm sorry you have to do that. I'm done with high school and all that. Before I go to college, I want to learn something about math. Last thing we did in high school was integrals basic and ratio by parts, volume, area, something like that. What should I learn next? What would help me in the future? Ooh. So the natural... So, okay, you're actually at a really cool point in math where you can step off into a lot of different things. The easiest recommendation that I could make... Ooh, well, actually, you didn't mention it. It commonly gets taught around the same time as, like, advanced integration techniques, but, like, Taylor series is a really good concept to know. It's normally considered a part of, like, calculus 2, but I would definitely say Taylor series as like just like a smaller topic that you could learn if you haven't already. But for an actual like class, you vaguely know. Okay, that's at least something. Multivariable calculus is the easy recommendation. Sometimes called Calc 3. You do Taylor series in Calculus BC. Calc 1 I think of as like differential calculus and maybe basic integration. Yeah, Taylor series involved taking many derivatives. Oh yeah, Stroganoff. Sorry, I'm bouncing around a bit. If you're talking about that spike there, that's the year 2020. So that's just a COVID thing, I think. So we just didn't detect cancer very often in the year 2020. I think you could like fill in the blanks, or like, you know, just like I kind of just ignored that 2020 data point because it's kind of like an outlier. It's interesting to see it. I wouldn't put like much stock into that one though. Yeah, people just like weren't going to the doctor as much. Sequences in series in general, multivariable. Yeah, And so virtually also, if you know like what you want to get in, like what do you want to major in, that could be a helpful piece of information. Or do you know what you want to do for a job, at least vaguely? And you don't have to know either of those things, but if you do know them, please do let me know. Computer science. Okay, okay. So multivariable calculus, that's still like the easiest recommendation I can say for you. Other things that'll be helpful, especially for a computer scientist, linear algebra, they'll make you take a class in that almost certainly. And linear algebra is just a really cool thing. If you want to get into, and if you want to do anything involving like AI, it becomes doubly important. Machine learning too. Not AI? Okay. Discrete math is another big one for computer science. I don't know if they'll make you take a class in it, but off to the side, I think they're really cool. But differential equations, they may or may not make you take a class in that. I think probably not for computer science, but maybe. I would say multivariable calculus is my top recommendation, and these two are interchangeable. In terms of like their priority. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can think of, but those are the major things, I think. Oh, are you Romanian? That's cool. Place for AI in English. You don't think you'll go there? Okay. So yeah, linear algebra is still generally helpful throughout all of computer science, so it's still a good like recommendation. But yeah, if you were to do something with AI, it'd be way more important. So yeah, that's the topics I would focus on. If you want resources to learn them, I can mention a few things too. Let me pull these websites up. Where is it? There it is. Oop, get rid of that too. Okay, so the Open Textbook Library has real university level textbooks that are free and legal. They'll have textbooks for all the things that we've talked about. And also what Roxra said, which is MIT Open Courseware. Legal, not illegal. No. These are perfectly fine. They are legal. You are allowed to download them freely. If you ever want to do anything in graphics or physics stream or physics system, yeah. You can watch some course online and see what you can learn. Good. Because there's a lot of illegal textbook websites, and I'm not morally opposed to them, but I think it's good to be clear that these are legal, because there are a lot of illegal ways to get textbooks. One trick in undergrad science press will let you audit class informally if you ask, so make friends with the professors. Oh, yeah. And some universities will even have just like a general open classroom policy where you could just like walk in there and no one will question you. You think $100 for? Yeah. So yeah, those are like the recommendations for resources. Like, and so I personally have done like OpenCourseWare is really cool because they actually give you like worksheets and tests, and some of these courses have YouTube lectures. So I personally have done like Strang's linear algebra lecture series on YouTube. I don't know which one of these courses it corresponds with on the courseware page, but these are like full-on courses that you can like follow along with. He is pretty awesome. There's a couple of things that he explains, like that I think about learning linear algebra for the first time I would have found confusing, but overall it's a really good lecture series. Yeah, thank you for the question. If anyone has any questions that they want to ask, please let me know. That's goat territory. I do have this puzzle book open in case we feel like doing puzzles later on. For now, I do really want to get through this data analysis project though, if I can. Yeah, he does seem like a cool dude. I see this plot works. String it up. So yeah, this is a plot for cancer incidence rates, but broken out by race. Sounds good. Virtually. Thank you for the work. So yeah, white people and black people kind of have the two highest rates. They're pretty comparable throughout this entire time period. They do kind of trade places for who has a slightly higher rate around 2012 or something. I guess that's 2013. Asian Pacific Islander people by a good margin are the lowest. And so I kind of speculate that they could like just kind of culturally be more health conscious than other groups. And I kind of cited they got vaccinated for COVID-19 at a higher rate than expected, which I remember like in the county where I'm from, I personally like saw that in the data too, and I found a study that like backed that up. Genius idea. Can I hire me as your intern so I can put that on my college apps? I don't have like a business attached to this. I don't think I can hire anyone. I don't even put this stream on my resume. I could, I guess. I don't know like how to I don't know how to talk to people about my stream in real life though. I pretty much never bring it up. Yeah, and so like I think the most interesting thing about this data analysis that's come up is the trend for American Indian / Alaska Native. They're steadily on the rise, and I'm not sure if there's something actually happening or if they're just getting better at detecting it and more access to healthcare. Hey, Roser, you could also just make your own stream too and put that on your resume. There's nothing stopping you there. And you have a fancier, you give yourself a fancier job title than just intern. So yeah, I was thinking about during today's stream trying to see if I can find a reference for that might explain why American Indian cancer incidence rates are on the rise. It's really curious to me, why do they say American Indian for this like racial group? I just am copying how they do it in the database, but like I thought Native American was the better term. But apparently not. Or it's weird they say American Indian / Alaska Native. One is Indian, one is Native. I don't know. In U.S. history, you never heard American Indian used? Yeah, usually you say like just Indian, and you let it be ambiguous if you mean like a Native American or a person from India. Well, they still call that area of law Indian law, really? I like when I was in the shower this morning, I was thinking about how it's so weird. Like as far as I know, the term Indian for Native Americans just came up because Christopher Columbus thought he was in India. But it's crazy that has stuck for like 500 years now since he got to America. Like you would think at some point they would stop calling them Indians once they realized that, you know, they weren't actually Indians. Dumbest person alive. I mean, he probably wasn't a good person. There is Well, yeah. I'm about to say, like, it is pretty brave to sail across an ocean like that, not necessarily knowing what's on the other side. They did know a lot about like what the distance should be, and yeah, you're right. He did a terrible job of preparing. Like he took like half the revisions that they would have needed to get to India. I guess you probably have to be dumb to sail across the ocean like that. Okay, and so this next plot, I think it's one of the most interesting ones that I've made as part of this project. So this is breaking out the trends by both sex and by race. And so we said earlier that females are on a slight rise, but when you look at this graph, all these racial groups are holding steady except for American Indians who are on the rise. So the slight rise for females is entirely because of or entirely like contained within that one racial group. So that's like the main reason why I want to figure out like why is that happening. And yeah, this is for all types of cancer. Um for males, American Indians do have a slight rise. It's really not that much though, from beginning to end. And then all the other groups are on the decline, which is kind of what you would expect given males are overall on the decline. That's what I probably is that, Steven. Like, I think we've probably just gotten better at giving American Indians access to healthcare and detection. I don't know that, but that's what I would expect. Data is from the SEER database. It's a publicly available database. You have to jump through some hoops to get access to it. But yeah, it's like it's run by the federal government. Men in general are less likely to go to the doctor too. Oh yeah, and so maybe men have like that's an interesting point, Swill Stroganoff. Maybe men have gotten better about going to the doctor over time. I don't know, but that's maybe a reason why they have a lower rate of cancer incidence. I did I did kind of speculate that the overall reason that the males are higher overall is men are just taller than women, and if you have more cells in your body, you have more chance to get cancer. And I found a study that kind of backed that up. And then there's a bunch of other things it could be too. Like they do have a higher rate of smoking also. So there's a million reasons why it could be true. And I'm not trying to figure them all out, but those are two ones that kind of came to mind for me. Gilbert waits me. Okay, sounds good. Virtually. Good luck with the linear algebra. Okay, so and then in this next section, I look into actual specific types of cancer. And so I created a measure of disparity. It's not I don't know of a perfect way to measure this, but basically what I did is for each year I took the group with the lowest rate of cancer incidence for each cancer. Sorry, I should say that backwards. I started with the group with the highest rate of cancer incidence for each cancer for each year, and I divided it with the incidence for the lowest group. I threw out what the categories actually were. I'm just kind of interested in like where is the highest like ratio between highest and lowest. um that's my idea to measure disparity. It's definitely not perfect, but it gets you something. And this gets really squished, so let me actually if I do control enter, nope. Um, so for the years 2000, 2010, and 2020, these are the top 5 cancers by disparity, based on the measure of disparity that I just described. Um, and the top 2, well, not necessarily top 2, but skin cancer is like the major driver. So Kaposi sarcoma is a type of skin cancer, and this is just a general skin cancer category. So definitely in 2020, that's the highest kind of driver of disparity. Again, this process I used, I don't know which group experiences highest and which group experiences lowest, but this does tell us that in the year 2020, there is one racial group that experiences skin cancer at a rate 20 times higher than the lowest group, which for skin cancer, that kind of makes sense. I assume if you're more pale, then you're more likely to get skin cancer. Oh, is that related to Kaposi sarcoma, Roxra? I was reading the Wikipedia page for this. I saw it was linked to some type of like autoimmune diseases, I think. It is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I saw the Wikipedia page talked about AIDS in relation to it or something. Okay, okay. And so, yeah, the top 5, there is a slight shift where mesothelioma that is present in 2010, but then it gets swapped out in 2020 for male genital system. Eyes in orbit is kind of consistently, I guess, second or third. And myeloma's lurking in 4th or 5th, I guess. Okay. Primarily affected population? Okay. And so I wasn't originally planning to do this, but I've been wondering if I should make... This is just for, like, disparities by race/origin. I was wondering if I should make one for sex as well. Sex, we have to do a bit of extra work because, like, we need to transform the data a bit for, like, cancers that are specific to just one sex. Oh, 8 factorial. Fluffy's just making a math joke. Yeah. They call me studying relative motion. Oh, you're doing like special relativity? That's cool stuff. See now, 8 dot star looks like a regular expression to me, which is a computer science thing. It's basically like a yeah, there's no escape Roxra. It basically means like 8 with any amount of characters after it. 8.0, there we go. um so I think I do, maybe we'll start by looking for a reference for cancer incidence rates for American Indians. So we're going to go to Google Scholar. I mean, maybe Native American will be more commonly used in literature, though. You had soup, now everything tastes like soup. You have to brush my teeth. I've never experienced that with soup, Floppy. Like, what kind of soup has that strong of a taste? My surname be appearing every time you try to find the number of ways in permutation because of factorial. You hear your expressions as they are, they surely be ASTs. What is an AS? Oh, Is that a type of tree? Something... something search tree. Venezuelan beef soup? Venezuelan beef soup. Sancocho? Abstract syntax tree. Oh, I never heard of that. Is that pineapple? Or is that corn? No, it's corn. Oh my god, okay. That's that. Let's say that looks kind of insane. Oh, mommy's home cooking? Ugh. I don't like that name for a website. Hervido? I just want to see the ingredient list. God, stop. I don't need a whole story before the recipe. Corn low-key tastes the best in soup? It's not bad. Onions, bell pepper, garlic. 8 garlic. That's an appropriate amount of garlic right there. A leek. Beef stock. Mini red sweet peppers, scallions, corn, cassava. Yautia. White yam, butternut squash. How do you say that in Spanish? Ñame? And I never seen a Spanish word start with ñ. This does look really good though. Abstract syntax tree. I never heard of those. Oh yeah, I whatever recipe calls for garlic, I always add in more than they call for. An expression tree. Okay. I see the biography before the actual recipe, no getting past it. Ñame? Ñami? Okay. PCREs aren't really regular despite the name, which irritates me. Wait, PCRE? I assume the RE is regular expression. PC. PCRE. Perl compatible. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess this seems very general. That's why it's called abstract. To take a program into a call tree representation. That makes sense. Oh, this is the abstract syntax tree for the Euclidean algorithm. Had to be Beijing fermented mung bean juice. Filter pattern for regular expression could be cool. Regular expressions, at least the original theory, has the clean star. Convey and or. They can build any classical regular expressions for that. This goes past your CSP knowledge. I mean, regular expressions are really handy. If you know what a string is, a regular expression lets you express patterns for strings. So like just patterns in text, basically. So if you want to like verify that, if you have users enter in their phone number in a text box, you can use a regular expression to verify they formatted their phone number correctly. BCREs have stuff like backrefs, which move them out of the regular world into the context grammar world. For bells and whistles, you're pretty close to Turing complete. Okay. Fair enough. Hey, Skirt. Am I into computer science or electrical engineering? I have a minor in computer science as part of my bachelor's. Electrical engineering, I pretty much know nothing about. I know some very basic circuit stuff like Ohm's law and Kirchhoff's laws. Um, but nothing real electrical engineering-y. Yeah, for computer science, the class I took were like database design, assembly language, which was painful. Computer organization, which was kind of cool, where you build up a computer from scratch, basically, like a basic computer. I don't remember any other computer science class I did. No, my major is applied math. Do you know where I could find Raven and Johnson 11th ed bio on a legal or illegal site? uh, I may have some special methods for the second question, Roxer. I would rather send that to you in a DM though. Let me write that down. Is your Discord name the same as your Twitch name? Raven and Johnson 11th ed bio. Okay, yeah. So send me a DM just so it's easy for me to find you later. It's easy to miss regex bugs. That's true. Floppy, yeah. How do you answer the queue for questions? Saw a problem the other day about differential inequality. Megalomorph, there's no question from chat right now. We're just kind of yapping, so you can just let it rip. And we can talk about it right now. My final assignments for my computer organization course was to build Flappy Bird in MIPS assembly. Really? I didn't have to do anything that complicated in assembly. Assembly language is so painful. I'm glad I didn't. Water taken in moderation cannot hurt anybody. Okay, so, I mean, this is not an insult. That is a pretty crappy fortune, though, Skirt. Definitely don't get your book like this, basically. Don't go into this website and download a book. That's against copyright law. Oh, yeah. What did you teach, Swill? I am a crappy fortune, Skirt. It might just be... No. There was a new... I don't know how you pronounce it, like Nujabes or Nuhabes or something. That person was in this playlist earlier. This artist is called Stephen X Bloodley. I never heard of him. I never seen differential inequality. That's kind of funky. X plus 2 equals 8. What's X, buddy? Basic math, occasionally calc. Okay. Maybe Fluffy. So fundamentally, can we pretend it's equality and solve it the normal way? Or like I'm first trying to figure out like what does the differential inequality actually mean? If y prime is like less than or equal to y, for example, there's so many functions that satisfy this inequality. I would think, at least. I doubt you have unique solutions. Right? you're 99% sure the only function for this is f of x equals 0? Yeah, I mean, we could always throw a minus sign or something in here too, but like, so like e to the x is the quote unquote obvious answer. But does like 1 over x? Oh, yeah. Well, we have to worry about negative x's, but maybe. For positive x's, it definitely works. Gromov wrote a book on differential inequalities. I never heard much of them other than that. Wasn't a geometric analyst. Okay. Non-constant polynomials. Hey, not Chris. You solved P equals NP? Oh, yeah? Took the... or what did you find? P is not equal to NP and P is equal to NP. You're a genius, not Chris. N equals 1 or P equals 0. True. Why do we use rats in studies? I don't know, Roxra. Didn't we breed a special type of... I think they're mice, but like we just all agreed that like it's bad to use any living thing, but if we're going to do it, let's like I think they're bred to feel less pain or something like that. Cockroaches. I mean, it's still a living thing. Let's use Dawn instead. I want to say there's even like I thought they built like a monument to the mice that they use in studies. And I think mice are like not that dissimilar from humans in their anatomy. These bad New Jersey drivers. They're also not mammals. That's true, Eka. You can say with an 90% certainty the last digit of pi is not 6. That's a good one, Echo. Need a lot of dons. Well, yeah, the first experiment can be making a clone. Oh, mega. That's a good point. Give me a DNA sample and you start cloning me for trials. P equals NP. I found a divine proof, but it can't fit in the margins of this book. The Eiffel Tower famished? Petri dish dondos. Okay, wait. I should focus on Mega's quote question. I think I'll let you Google it, Roxer, because I don't know offhand. And I should not get too distracted. Sorry, but and then Famish, I won't draw your thing immediately. I want to talk about Mega's question because it does look really interesting. So if let's just do the typical differential equations thing. Let's just see what happens with f equals e to the rx. I will, or else no V-Bucks. I will draw it later, and if you're not here, I'll refund you, and you can always redeem it again another time. F of x equals 0? That's what Megalomorph suspects is the only solution. I kind of want to guess some random functions and see what comes out. Well, you can't have V-Buck skirt. Question on Reddit and listed like 10 questions. Nobody wrote anything about solving this particular one. Has to be something less ad hoc. Okay. That's our homework. So I don't think there's any value for R that will make this inequality work. So I think exponential functions we can probably just throw out. Because this has to go for all x, so... Proof is that since no program can run instantly as in at 0 ms, there's no way to prove the equation didn't change before the result, therefore p is not equal to np. Okay. Here's another thing we can try. We can check any analytic function. You have to have -1 is less than or equal to f of x less than or equal to 1. True. Yeah, these both being squareds does restrict us a lot, doesn't it? I don't know if this will actually go anywhere, but I'm kind of curious about just seeing if there's some power series we can find that's valid. Probably not. What is... You need that. A sub L, A sub K minus L, K minus L. We could even prove f of x was the antiderivative base equation could have been altered. P equals NP? Honestly, I don't know what P equals NP is actually, like, asking. It was a differentiation and cancellation. Oh, so you took the derivative, you multiplied this out and took the derivative again? Sure, Flofi. Hi, Leo. You're so EP, it's crazy. MF doing convolutions while I need EEP. Math Monday on P versus NP. I almost got you, Leo. You found the PDF? Okay. Yeah, Leo, we're talking about a differential inequality, which I've never encountered before. I'm throwing a series at it to see if I can get anything interesting. So two classes of problems, those can be solved in polynomial time, those can be verified in polynomial time. Question whether anything in one class automatically in the other? Okay. Basically, Leo, the question comes from Megalomorph, and he says he's pretty sure the only answer is f of x equals 0. He's not satisfied with the way he said that, though, so he asked me if I have any ideas for how to look at this problem. So I'm just kind of playing around with it. The way to solve it is to invent new math, so I'm changing the rules. There you go, not Chris. You integrated and found the CDF Floppy? Nice. Floppy's making another math joke. PDF could also stand for probability density function, and if you integrate it, you get something called a cumulative density function. One day, Rookster, you'll be making jokes like that too. Swell Stroganoff, thank you for the follow. Kind of check for uniqueness. I don't know. I doubt they apply for inequalities. I don't know how the proof for uniqueness works in regular differential equations. I mean, okay. We could let there be two distinct solutions like y1 and y2 and see what this inequality gives us. You think you differentiate? Oh, that's true, Floppy. Yep. A math minor will probably get me to differential equations max. Oh, true. I don't know. If you want a bunch of real functions equal to 0, you could ask for some q squared less than or equal to 0. I know what q squared is here, Leo. Maybe set y equal to -1, solve for what y prime is, and try and make an Euler field. Oh, like, is that where you, like, plot the slope at each point? Or whatever? A slope field, I think is what I'm used to calling them. I feel like we probably can't do uniqueness, at least not in this way. Because the inequality just kind of mess everything up, I think. Like, we never say y1 equals y2 if we start with an inequality. I don't think. Okay, so this one cancels with this one. We can get a recurrence relation. For better or for worse. Wait, what am I doing? Okay. A very wide sigmoid may work, Leo says. Okay. Vaggy, welcome in. Can you help with measure theory? I don't know any measure theory, unfortunately. Um, the only person I can think of who may be able to help is Zach, Itsutoi Pi. I think he's kind of rusty on measure theory is my guess, but he might be able to at least throw some ideas out there. I never taken measure theory class though, so I don't really know it, unfortunately. If you want to try asking your question in chat anyway, and maybe someone in chat will be able to help you, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there is another person named Ren who was doing a bunch of measure theory streams before. I don't think he has plans of doing them again, as far as I know, though. Um, yeah. So, but welcome in. And in case you're interested in math streams in general, I do like to let new people know that this niche does exist here on Twitch. It's not just me. So I shouted out Zach Eats a Toy Pie before, but there's a whole list of people who I can like recommend. Um, and so yeah, if you do have a question, like feel free to ask it here, even though I won't be able to help. Maybe someone in chat can. And if anyone in chat, and this goes in general, like if anyone in chat wants to like come on the stream and help answer a question, you can do that. Or if you want to like write up a solution in LaTeX or in art program or something, I'll show it on stream. Nobody on YouTube streams math, and if they do, I hate. Yep, exactly. No one on YouTube streams math. If they did, I would just hate the shit out of them. Ready for Norway or England? Neither. I'm not much of a soccer/football person. Okay, I'm rooting for Norway. That probably is who I would choose. Like honestly, yeah. People on Twitch talking computation. Yeah, not Chris has started a conversation about P equals NP. um, I think it started as a joke that's turned into an actual discussion on on P versus NP. Basic idea is that you have a big set. Some subsets have a size called a measure. Oh yeah, it's like a little measure theory thing. Oh my god, I can't scroll up in chat. I hate it when Twitch does this. Ah! Okay, I can scroll now. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone's chats. Okay, I don't think I did. If S is a sigmoid, then 1 over n... Wait, so S is already a sigmoid function? Are you sigmoiding it a second time? That's just a theory? Okay. So I never have seen this before. It's a question from that Megalomorph found, I think, on Reddit. It's called a differential inequality. So I would call this a calculus thing. It's like a differential equation, but with an inequality. I mean, so Leo, yeah, I guess analysis is a good way of describing it. Could we just try a sigmoid in general? To Leo's point, I don't know like what we should add as a parameter. Maybe we put an R there. We might need other parameters, but what's the derivative? Okay, I'm not going to do a quotient rule. We'll do a chain rule. Sigmoid has a bounded derivative, bounded range. Okay, so f prime is always negative. Your favorite branch of math? Yours is probability. Ooh, cool. So my background is I just got a master's in applied math last month, basically. So my favorite branch of math is like differential equations and mathematical biology, I would say. Slim, sad news. Felix and I didn't have much of a chance to display all the hard-earned knowledge of young blood slaying in our stream this morning. Oh man, I missed your stream entirely. It must have been early. That is sad. If both are squares under 1, work for this inequality replacing 1 with any epsilon greater than 0. Learn some more biological stuff. Yeah, math bio is so cool. Any reason I didn't get a PhD? I sure tried. It's incredibly difficult to get accepted to a school for a PhD. So yeah, I tried and I just didn't get in, basically, is the reason. I'm currently looking at applying to jobs now. Should I make a recording of some slang so you can put it on your stream? That'd be fantastic, Slim. I think everyone would love to hear that. Research studied how the FOSB gene affects maternal care in mice. As both alleles disabled initially respect to their pups, rarely crouched over or retrieve them, and create a question. Is that for me, Rookster? I don't know how to answer that. That sounds like a cool question. I don't know how you answer questions like that though. We've lost a ton of funding because of Doge. Yeah, so when during my master's, I applied to continue on for a PhD, and before the applications opened, they had like an information session, and the professor in charge of like looking at the applications and all that said that they were planning to accept. They normally accept 8 PhD students each year, and they only accepted 5 for this coming year because of what the federal government is doing, which hurt my chances too. My chances were already low even without that, but um, is there anything f of x equals sine x? Oh, that's a thought, Steven. Yeah, maybe something like that. Your thing doesn't work. Okay, well, that saves me a lot of work at least, Leo. If I can just get rid of that entirely. I don't know if this recurrence relation is even going to get anything. And actually, this indexing is messed up. I didn't do this right. Um, hmm. What else can we throw at this? We could just try a trig function. It can't hurt. What does sine of x buy us? Wait, I don't know how math works. This probably is bad. I don't think it buys us anything. Dribbling lag, because I don't know math. That's why. Yeah, sure, Mega. So rather interesting complexity theory, I can say complexity classes as an end-all be-all model for computation are pretty poor. If want to show impossibility, f not equals 0. I feel like you use something like mean value theorem. That's a thought. We know that f is bounded and decreases, which means it has to have asymptotes at both ends. Which means the derivative must approach something at each end. Going back to the original equation, that implies f approaches 0 at both ends. The derivative approaches 0. Sure, yeah, bounded and decreasing. You accidentally a word. You did accidentally a word. um... Yeah, Leo, that's the claim. Can we think of a different function that meets the same criteria that also works? Like a bump function type of idea? No, I don't think f of x equals c works because of the 1. Yeah. If we add a domain restriction, Swill, yeah, but the question, we don't have a domain restriction, unfortunately. You sent a voice I don't see it, Slim. Is it in your Discord server? Oh, there it is. All right, this is Slim using young kid slang.
Yo, my mathniacs. Me and my boy Fanbox put our best drips this morning and we slayed some geometry problems. We had to finish earlier because Fanbox wanted to take his whip out of town for a ride. But it's all cool. It's all cool. It was fun. 6-7 and peace out.
6-7 and peace out. Oh my god, that's how I want to say goodbye to people now. 6-7 and peace out. $10 with the dab. Oh, okay. Beautiful Slim. You sound very young. Leo agrees with Mega. Monotonic, this will be constant. The only constant that works will be 0. Yeah, it does almost look like a Pythagorean theorem for trig functions. I tried sine of x though, and I think it gives you garbage as far as I could find. I couldn't find a way to make sine work. Steven, something like that is true. The issue is that you get you already have a 1 here, and then you get a sine squared plus a cosine squared, so you get an extra 1. So you're already kind of over your budget. Not to mention the extra cosine squared you have left over. Maybe you put a factor in front. Hey, that Salsadana? I'm probably saying that wrong, so sorry. What's our argument on the rates of convergence to these asymptotes, though? I'm doing good. How about you? Binomial expansions? Noish. Data basics. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, so right now I'm off on a tangent. This is just a regular math question. Once I'm through with this, though, in the background, I've been working on. It's more of an excuse to learn R, but basically, I found some publicly available data on cancer incidence broken out by race and by sex. And so I'm doing some analysis on like the demographics of cancer, basically. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And so I was doing like a write up on this. There's some interesting stuff, and I'm trying to find some like research papers that kind of explain some of the trends that we've been seeing in this. So yeah, the primary like thing again is just to learn R, but there's some kind of cool stuff that we've been finding in the data here. When we're done with this tangent, we'll move to a secant. Yep. So I can have some more so you can pick up some of the use slang. That's true. So where you use the mean value theorem, because you can always go arbitrarily far out, get f of x arbitrarily small to force f of x to be lower. He loves R. Yeah, I love R. Some of all rational terms. Wait, Vatsal, I don't understand the question. The expansion of this? I don't know what this is. How do you use mean value theorem to be an upper bound again? Oh, okay. I think so. The mean value theorem says that there exists a point C such that f prime of C is equal to f of B minus f of A over B minus A. And what you can do is you can choose the special C. That's basically the maximum slope to turn it, or wait. We want to bound f prime from above, right? Okay. What is B minus A? I don't know. We can just call it a constant, I guess. B minus A going to infinity? Oh, okay. So you're trying to show that the derivative, like f prime, has to be equal to 0. Okay. Because we're solving it over all the real numbers, b minus a will go to infinity. And so we can show less than or equal to 0. So f prime is equal to 0. And then the only constant that works is f equals 0 also. I guess so. Okay, syntax. Yeah, Leo was talking about a sigmoid maybe working before, but he came to a similar conclusion. Oh shoot, I do owe Famish a drawing. Okay, I might. Oh wait, who's the person who asked this question? Vatsal Sedana. If you can clarify what your question is, I'm happy to talk about that, or at least try to talk about it. But I'm not sure I understand what the rational expansion of this is. Like, I don't know what that means. In the meantime, Famish did redeem a drawing. I think it's high time that we actually get to that. You run out of f prime budget inside of the narrow plus or minus 1 band about x-axis because you ran out of budget. It comes out of f of x budget going to 0. Okay. New page. Paper color. Make it a white background. Let's get a reference photo. Images. So I don't know why, for some reason in Tokyo, there's like a copycat miniature Eiffel Tower. Not like, it's not like, when I say mini, I just mean smaller. It's still like really big. And I went and it's kind of cool. But I don't know why they have it. Like it's kind of, I feel like they're just like why would you copy another monument? In China there's a bunch of them? Huh, I wonder why. There's a lot of like triangles in this, and I'm not going to draw every single one. uh, perfect curve. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have the least steady hands in the West. Okay. It's kind of lopsided. It's the Leaning Tower of Eiffel. Sounds good, Leo. Sleep well, because we got the Eiffel Tower at home. Thank you for hanging out, Leo. Japanese people are obsessed with France, have a perfect idealized version of it to the extent there's a documented phenomenon. Japanese tourists go to Paris, have a mental breakdown because reality doesn't match their ideal? What the hell? Wait, wrong button. Wow. Never heard of this. I mostly remember that, like, it's all women who work there, and they wore, like, really cute hats. And that's the main thing that I remember from going there. Okay. Um... There's that. This pattern is so annoying to draw. I don't want to. Tower would have Sierpinski drawn if he was high? Probably. Thank you, Skirt. You're probably jealous of my drawing skills. France will win the World Cup? I couldn't even tell you if France is still in the World Cup. I guess that's what Famished is signaling, though. So jealous, I know. It's painful for you how good I am at drawing, Skirt. Like, how can I be this good at everything that I do? It just doesn't make sense. I You're having an aneurysm because it's so beautiful, right? You just can't handle it. Um, you know, this is coming together nicely. I gotta say. I can't think of a single way that this could be improved. Oh wait, okay, I can see a small way this could be improved. That splits off. It kind of forks. Okay. Getting two drawings in one stream here. You know, Skirt, it was your fault for being there. I was trying to throw it down a cliff, and you refused to get out of the way. Okay, we're almost there. After I finish these X's, I think we're calling this an Eiffel Tower. Oh god, okay, let me at least pretend to make the X's symmetric. There we go, perfect. It forks all the people underneath the spoon. Drawing myself at the top or bottom. Nah, the request was for an Eiffel Tower, and we got to do a second drawing, so. I'd spend more time on this one if there wasn't a second one in queue. Blackpool Tower? I never heard of it. What? I can see it. Is Blackpool? Okay, yeah, it's just a place in England. Oh yeah, Fuku, this thing that like people can redeem for channel points. So if you get 5,000 channel points, you can make me draw whatever. Right now, I'm kind of trying to get through these because I do want to get back to doing like regular math stuff. Oh my god, how do you draw repo legs? I guess like that. I'll remember the pit. Those are too far apart. Still too far apart. No worries, Fook Life. And these are 25. Okay, if you redeem 5 in a row, I'd probably start refunding because there's only so much time I want to spend doing this, but we need the little grabber thing. Yeah, I'm just doing the basic shape skirt. You're just gonna be purple. You're not gonna have your whole alien outfit. Santoran? I don't know what that is. You're okay. I can do your antenna. No. There's an enemy in Repo called a banger, which is like a little skull with a bomb inside of it. And just like maybe 2 days ago or something, I accidentally killed Skirt with one. So she's making me draw that to maybe deal with the trauma of that. Oh, you know what? It looks okay. Well, there's a lot of reasons why this looks slightly off. It looks very off, but I forgot that there's a little. It's like a second thing there. There you go. Now it looks perfect. Nothing wrong with this drawing at all. Cooking or looks maxing? True. Oh wait, I need to give you your arms. Uh, maybe you'll be alarmed. Right now you kind of look like a snail, and like the antenna are the eyes. Oop, that's eyebrows a little low. Oop. Okay. Then we need the actual banger. How do we draw a banger? No, they have genders? I never noticed that. I'll have to look. They kind of little like chicken feet though, I've noticed that. Um Need the little tractor beam. Okay, perfect. Maybe bring it a little closer. There we go. Perfect reenactment. No, I don't appreciate them, Skirt. Jest maxing. Math maxing. Misguided attempt at wooing someone by peacocking your mad math skills. I feel like math maxing is like whatever you're doing when you think you've proven something and you're wrong, but you will not believe it when people explain to you why you're wrong. I feel like that's what math maxing would be. All right, I think that's my drawing. I look very calm as I'm exploding you, Skirt. Okay. You're gonna frame it? Well, you better pay me for my amazing art skills. You know, I'm not just doing this for free. Okay, I think we'll get back to the math now. Oh, what a privilege, Skirt. That's true. I was also paid in beans. Okay, if anyone has a math question they want to ask, please do ask it. Otherwise, we're gonna go back to this stoof. Oh yeah, so what I was doing, I want to see if I can find an academic paper that explains this trend for American Indian. That's right, Skirt. You haven't done a single thing for me. I can't recall a single thing you've done for me for free. Um, that you definitely haven't made emotes for me for free. Definitely not. No more Amaranth leaks. Wait, was there an Amaranth leak? Also, you haven't sent me that, so I apparently am missing out on something. Um, join point analysis? What a weird word. Um, I'm just kind of skimming through this to see if this paper says anything about like what factors contribute to um Native American cancer incidence. Hmm. This is just stating facts. Okay, discussion. Variation in social environmental factors, obesity, physical activity, alcohol consumption, smoking. Exposure to infectious carcinogenic agents, critical periods across the lifespan. It might be worth looking at these references. Ooh. That's a relevant fact. But I mean, we need to see a change though. Like, Compared with impressive decrease in CRC death rates in whites, AN persons made no measurable progress. Adding CRC screenings to GPRA measured in 2006. It contributed to improved screening prevalence might affect death rates in the next few years. Papadoria. That's not the worst thing. I bet you've tuned into this stream and seen worse. This is for a data analysis project. I'm looking into cancer incidence trends in the US. Yeah, see, exactly. And so I'm looking into it based on race. And there's this interesting trend where Native Americans have been increasing in cancer incidence. It's like they've been getting diagnosed more frequently over the last 20-something years. And I'm looking for information as to why that is. It might just be better detection, or it might be they're actually getting it more frequently. And I'm trying to figure out which one of those it is. Just a passion project, basically. Like, I want to learn R to help with, like, job prospects. And this just seemed like an interesting excuse to learn R, basically. Okay, let's go down to the references. This one might be relevant. R is goated, really? You're the first person I've seen who's actually enjoyed R. Most people have just been talking smack about it. Some regional exceptions, AI such AN people had high prevalence estimates of tobacco use, obesity, and physical activity, low prevalence estimates of fruit and vegetable consumption, cancer screening, and seatbelt use. Does that correlate with cancer? Huh. Or maybe this is talking about general health. Oh, this is talking about deaths in general. Okay, okay. The next in process of writing isn't the best. Application-wise, R has crazy freedom for deep AI, ML, and data analysis. Okay, cool. Honestly, I wouldn't know. I've only just kind of been scratching the surface. Let's scroll down. See, I guess results. Are there no plots here? There's tables. I'd be interested to see if there's, like, I've seen the phrase access to healthcare Hmm. I wonder if they're actually measuring that over time. And is this just a can actually, okay. Prevalence estimates of selected socio-demographic characteristics, access to healthcare. Huh. I'm interested in trends over the years. This is not a year. And this is 2010 though. Where is the yearly data? All right, I guess they're not breaking out by year. That they're just like averaging it, or totaling it, or something. Hmm. It's interesting. Uh, a lot of these categories have Native American men having worse kind of uh risk factors, I guess, than Native American women. But Native American women are the ones who were on the rise. Cancer screening. Okay, you hate searching for it does suck. Job hunting in general sucks. Roxra, I'm sorry that you're in that phase right now. Um, Native American women older than 40 years less likely to have had a mammogram in the past 2 years than white women. Second white women to have had PAP test in the past 3 years. Prostate specific antigen test. Okay, I think this is the article we're going to cite, and I think we're going to. This is a pretty relevant paragraph. Let's find this on Google Scholar, probably. Oh, what do these citations look like? I don't like that these are hyperlinks. Cite. We'll do the APA one. Why not? I think Quarto, it can do citations like LaTeX. I'm just doing it the old-fashioned way, though. Okay. You've been asking so many people this question. I've been getting the best answers. Out of all the papers and just general things you have seen / read, what is the most cursed unit of measurement you have ever seen? Here's a square leaves times watts? Like a leaf as in an actual tree leaf, or does it mean something else? I don't remember seeing some. I don't know any curse units that I've seen. That's a fun question, though. I bet there's some wild ones. An actual tree leaf. Wow. Huh. I'm thinking. I don't know. Yeah, folks, I'm trying to think of E and M stuff because like newtons per coulombs always trips me up for the units for an electric field, but it's not that cursed. That's why he's personally hasn't seen any cursed things too often either. Yeah, like volts per meter. I mean, I guess so. Yeah. Coulomb hate. I mean, coulombs aren't like I think the Gaussian units are just better, right? Okay, like this is the opposite of cursed, but I don't really understand it well, so to me it's cursed. Let me bring it up. Is it this one? No, not that one. It was this one. Kilowatt hours. Oh, where did we do it? Absolute units, true. Ah. I gotta remember where in the book this happens. But there's a stage in physics where you just kind of get rid of the units, and it's a really weird way of doing. To me, it's weird. It does ultimately help you, but 71 to 73. A picture of a butthole? I gotta look back at the cover. I want to find this first, though. Okay, so the closest thing I think I can get an answer for you, Papadori, is you eventually just say the speed of light is 1, just for fun. It does make your life easier, because the constant just kind of gets in the way. And you get rid of units of time entirely. Like, you do not measure time. You only measure things in mass and length. And that's... You can still get back to talking about time, because you're technically measuring time as, like... the distance light travels in that time, or something like that. Like, you're still measuring time, but you're just measuring time with distance. I'm a little rusty on how exactly this works. But yeah, like this is when you start talking about space time, and space and time are the same thing. You can hammer that home by measuring time as like distance light travels. And apparently, so instead of mass length time, you have just mass and length, and I think you narrow it down even further later on to just mass. Or maybe just length. So maybe actually should ask a question about the law of Coversines. Never heard of it. We can Google it. Minimum use to describe everything in the universe. I guess you don't need many units. Oh, no, this is probably... I bet this is the geometry for a black hole. But yeah, I never thought about it, Mega, and I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't. That is kind of butthole-like. You definitely could make a metric to describe the geometry of a butthole. Given textbooks call it space-time, does it bother you when TV shows call it time-space? What TV shows call it time-space? I don't think I've heard of that. One-dimensional physics indicates only energy is measured. Okay, I could believe that. Yeah, it's Gravity by James Hartle. It's not a bad book. I kind of... Femlux and I did a whole session, or like a whole, like, I forget how long it lasted, but it was a good few months of going through this book. We craft out somewhere around chapter 8, I want to say. Because it was getting really difficult. It's not a bad book, though. I'd probably go with a different one if I studied it again, though. See numbers TV shows call it that? Converting them. Trying to repress the memories? Time space. I can't think of ever encountering that. You got I got clobbered by it too. It's clobbering time, just like the thing says. Law of Coversines. Oh, what? Those are strange. I don't know. I don't see like anything resembling the law of cosines on this page. Wait. Oh yeah. Arca Coversine? Archa Coversine? Had to cook, threw us in deep in the pool, then went off chasing girls while we drowned. He did. That did happen, Fembucks. And I'm still torn up about it. Ancient Indian trigonometry has all sorts of trig functions. Really? I bet that would be trippy. 1D chemistry measures mass. Okay. Want to know something interesting? Sure. Yeah, I can't find the law of Coversines. It's an image with a big circle with all the different trig functions. I think we're just looking at that on the Wikipedia page. Or at least, maybe not for all 33, but for a lot of them. Maybe this one. There's a lot of them. Hey, Fizzbuzz. Absolute Chad. Yep. Quantum biology? This is an intersection I did not know existed. Conversion of energy into forms that are useful for chemical transformations and are quantum mechanical in nature. Chemical reactions, light absorption, formation of excited electronic states, transfer of excitation energy. Huh. I never knew that you could do quantum biology. Did the music stop? It did. What a sham. Only 2 hours on this playlist. You're more surprised classical biology works so well? Well, Mr. Sahay, uh, you're right. This is something interesting. There's no bamboozling here. Oh, I scrolled past this one too. I feel like Pop Door is maybe describing a crazier one, but maybe that one, Zach. Biophysics. I am aware of biophysics. I don't know anything about it, but I need to know biophysics is a real thing. What is happening here? Innocent uses protein domain dynamics on nanoscales to walk along a microtube. Angstrom. What's an angstrom again? Is that a unit of distance? Yeah. Very tiny. It's smaller than the width of a hydrogen atom. Hmm. Nope. Shout out. I don't know why this is in physics, but yeah. Quantum biology is in there too. Yeah, cool stuff. Um, okay. The rise in cancer incidence rates for American Indians / Alaska Native people could be due to increased screening, or it could be due to changes in risk factors. In general, many groups of American Indian / Alaska Native people have how do I say this? Like, they engage in riskier behavior. High prevalence estimates of tobacco use, obesity, and physical inactivity. Like, how do we summarize that? Like, they have high risk factors, I guess? I don't know. Hmm. There's gotta be a good way to phrasing this that's like, high risk factors for cancer, such as higher rates of tobacco use and obesity, along with lower prevalence of cancer screening. Well, I guess I already mentioned the screening. It's 5. The old-fashioned way. It is reference 5, right? Okay, good. There's a lot more that, like, I kind of like would want to research to really answer that question, but I think we have to leave it at that, because the point of this isn't to do a thorough job of answering the question. The point of this is to learn R. I think let's see how hard it is to make a similar graph like this, but for sex rather than race. So what would we do? Great site. I think we need to change this variable name. So when we first import, wait, do we need to? No, no, we don't need to. We need to change this variable name. Disparities race. We'll call this variable. And we want to insert in a R chunk. Let's copy. What? No. Just this chunk. And we want to go by sex instead now. And I think we're going to get some funky things because ooh. It should just be race origin. I don't know why the autofill is doing that. Can we, is it possible to sum a range of columns? Well, there's not, is there an easy way to even say what those columns are? Wait, I gotta see what this gives me. Right. Maybe I want to do parentheses, glimpse, parentheses. So we want to sum these last columns here. Hey Rex, life is a play. It's not its length, but its performance that counts. I mean, I think the length also counts. Okay, are some range of columns. Hey Sockno, it's been a minute. How have you been? I assume you have probably moved by now? And if you don't want to talk about it, feel free to not. In Rhode Island. Fair enough. We do want length, yeah. Hope that you're adjusting okay so far. Okay, you know, actually, it's easier to do select not the columns we don't want, right? I think that's what we want to do. Mutate total equals select that. Row sums. Hmm. He went to a meeting at an attraction park, like we went lake compounds in Connecticut nearby, and it was fun. Oh, cool. That's cool. Oh, cool. That's cool. Cool. Glad you had fun. Call sums. Well, thank you for. Why can't you link me? Tidyverse call sum. Oh, it's not in Tidyverse. Hey, Crystalogical. What happened last night can happen again. That could be good or bad. It's kind of a mysterious fortune. You're up till 5 a.m. watching a stream with one viewer. Well, that can happen again tonight, I guess. You're doing God's work though. Small streamers are more fun to watch. Lake Compounds is the oldest park of attractions in America, actually, and it was amazing to see the history. Even Harry Houdini did acts out of the campus. Ooh. It's pretty cool. I really want to try doing this. This is just, I don't know if R is going to enjoy this. Let's see if it does. Ah, okay, wait. You have to get rid of those columns. Hey, oh, no, something's gone wrong. These shouldn't all be the same number. Wait, I think I messed up my glimpse. I forgot the glimpse was even there. Wait a second. Where? My parentheses are probably wrong. Wait. That's the bad parentheses. Really? Why are they all the same number, though? I don't see a point watching huge streamers because you're going to get ignored in favor of those who have been avid donators to their streams like 1955 or something. For me, that's a part of it. It's just kind of too chaotic, though. And the chats are very generic for, very big streams. You can't get to know people. Oldest continuously operating amusement park in the United States. You don't think that's math? What I'm showing on screen here? It's data analysis. I mean, you can call that, it involves math. This on screen is definitely not math, but it is cool. Green Dragon roller coaster. What's the oldest roller coaster? Or what was the first, what was the first roller coaster ever, and who rode on it and trusted their life? I mean, I want the very first one. Okay, history of the roller coaster. Origins which date back to ice slides constructed in 18th century Russia? That being in Russia makes me think it's even sketchier than I was thinking before. Like algebra or something? I mean, if you want to ask me a question, please do. But for today, I'm trying to do this data analysis project. Next time I stream math, I'm probably going to be doing math puzzles, though, in my downtime. But I'm trying to get this data analysis project done before I go back to doing puzzles. Of course, a Russian... That's true. Low friction means uphill climbs would be easier? True. Sleds are wheeled carts that were sent down hills of ice reinforced by wooden supports. Technology evolved in the 19th century to feature railroad track using wheeled cars that were securely locked to the track. Newer innovations emerged in the early 20th century. Side friction, under friction wheel technologies allow for greater speeds and sharper turns. The ability to invert riders. The Russian mountains. Hills of ice built in 17th century for sliding. This sounds more like sledding than an actual roller coaster. Wait, okay, so everyone else called them Russian mountains, but the Russians called them American mountains? Is that what this is saying? Okay. We've been blaming each other for things since the 17th century, maybe. But actually, wait, America wasn't existing. The 1600s. We didn't exist then. I don't know. Sliding mountain in Russian. 70 to 80 feet, 50-degree drop. Reinforced by wooden supports on either side. Catherine the Great of Russia constructed a summer version of the ride at her estate in the 18th century, which relied on wheeled carts that rode along grooved tracks instead of sleds. Who would have known? Huge building in the shape of a rotunda. Trail with 5 hills were covered with ice during the winter. Summer trails feature wheeled trolleys secured in steel grooves mounted on the wooden trails due to a pendulum-like motion drawn from inertia. Pendulum? I don't know what that phrase means. All 5 hills could be traversed in one ride. Ride engineered by Russian scientist Andrei Nartov. This feels like there's a physics problem you could make with this, though. This is where the Wikipedia article knew. Give you the layout. It's a mixture of Disney and Six Flags. Has the same nature like an architecture of 1920s. Front of Magic Kingdom. Same rides of Six Flags. Ooh. That is a cool sock now. A mining company in Pennsylvania constructed the Mach Chunk Gravity Railroad. Brakeman controlled 8.7-mile downhill track used to deliver coal to Mach Chunk, now known as Jim Thorpe. Okay, that's a from weird name to very weirdly normal name. By 1872, the Gravity Road, as it became known, was selling rides to thrill seekers. Railway companies similar tracks provide amusement on days when ridership was low. I wonder how long that took. 8.7 miles is, I assume it doesn't loop back around either if it's all downhill, so... Do you have to walk back? Maybe they had, like, a horse-drawn carriage that would bring you back. Right, that's a fun little, like, rabbit hole, though. I never knew roller coasters had their origins in Russia, I guess. Oh, this is a timeline to summarize it. Oh! Funnel cake is a classic. Funnel cake sounds kind of good. right now. Deep fried Oreos too. If you ever see those are like they're actually really good. I feel very American. I've only had them once, but I felt very American when I did eat them. Oh, you know what? R might be summing the row. R might be I wonder if it's summing down the columns instead of across the columns. Is that my problem? Because these should not all be 97.3. That doesn't make any sense. Can we wait, if I add those numbers together? 16.9, 18.6, 15.3, 12.3. Well, that's gonna work close to 90. I don't know what I'm doing here. It is kind of close to 90. Make their own fudge in their own kitchens, which is delicious. Nice. They have Oreo fudge. Ooh, okay. Sum equals row sums. Okay, so let's look into row sums. Or by look into, I mean blindly try it and hope that it works and be mad if it doesn't work. Wait, is it row sum or row sums? Row sums. X must be an array of at least 2 dimensions. Hmm. Should it be call sums though? No? I don't know. No, I guess I do want a row sum. Do I need it in a cross? Maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what have been missing in life. Row sums across. Am I missing? Ooh. Hey, these look like numbers. Okay, I think we did just need an across. Okay. What am I doing? So we can get rid of these columns now. Good. Okay, this is exactly what we want. We have for each year. Each type of cancer by male and female. Now, we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with rows like that. I think for now we're not going to do any filtering, so I want to see how many. I don't know how many types of cancer are specific to one gender. Sorry, one sex. And so I mean, we could just look for zeros in this. Yeah, okay. That's actually a pretty... Filter age adjusted rate is equal to 0. Okay. Ah, shoot. I would need to ungroup it. Or, well... There's also another question, like, do we just discard these rows? $38 more. I mean, how many rows in total are there? 48? That's not that. Let's just print the entire thing. I want to make sure that there's... Like, are these the only things with zeros? And it looks... Okay, yeah. Everything else has data. So... I'm debating right now if we just want to get rid of anything involving genital system, or if we can still compare female to male. I really don't know if that's... Like, they're just kind of different. So I kind of want to just discard those rows. I don't know. No, I think maybe we relabel them. Or, well... Ugh. We should throw these rows out for sure. But the other ones, we can rename these to just genital system and then compare female to male like that, I guess. I don't know if that's really, like, that makes sense to do from a biological perspective, though. We can do it. How do we do it? We just filter out anything with age adjusted rate equals 0. And then we need to relabel rows after we do that. And so I figured this out earlier. I think it's a replace values function. It would have been here. Somewhere here. Replace values. Race origin from equals. Deframe that to equals. Okay. I don't think we even need to do that. I think we can do replace values. Oh wait, we need to mutate on the outside. Do we need to mutate? I guess, okay. I'll trust past me. This column is called site? Yeah. Replace values from is equal to C. That, comma, that. 2 is equal to... Wait. That. Nice. That's what we want. Okay. So... now we need to actually do our same disparity measure. So we're going to take have we already done a grouping? We've done a pivot, done a select, we've done a filter, we've done a mutate. Okay, no, so we need to do a grouping. Year diagnosis, comma site. And we'll summarize it. Max equals max age adjusted rate. Min equals min age adjusted rate. Dot groups equals drop last. Then we need to add in our disparity measure. So we'll mutate to add a column. Disparity equal to max divided by min. And then we'll arrange it in descending disparity. Bam. Excuse me. What did I... Oh, I did a hyphen, not an equal sign. Disparity not found. Hey, there's no disparities, guys. We're good. Nothing to see here. Oh, oops. God, I don't know how to type. All right. Okay, that one kind of makes sense why there'd be a disparity there. That's what we get, though. So this goes here. And let's make it pretty. Prettier, at least. I don't know if this will ever be pretty. And so does this code need to change at all? I'm not sure it does. Oh, well, we do need to change the title. I really wish it would show me the plot. There we go. Well, that kind of... Okay, well, breast cancer kind of blows the other cancers out of the water. So... let's do a second one where we just get rid of breast cancer. Because that is good to know, so we're going to show this one first. But it kind of messed up the scale of all the others, so... Oh, no, 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 no. What? Bruh. What a rookie mistake. I can never remember my double equal signs in R. There we go. So, Kaposi's sarcoma also showed up for disparities in race. So did mesothelioma. General system a little bit, but not much. Endocrine system and oral cavity and pharynx and urinary system are new. Huh. And just like last time, the top 5 for 2010 were the same. But then in 2020, the last place one got swapped out for a different one. It's kind of weird. Okay. I'm still not sure why we can't get the graph to show up inside of this document, but I'll be able to, like, when I actually, like, send it to a PDF, that's going to get fixed, so that's fine. Let's kind of do some writing about this. So, first off, the one that didn't include breast cancer. I don't really know what to say about that. Let's say about this one. So, disparity in cancer. Kaposi's sarcoma. I'd never heard of it before I did this. But it keeps showing up in this analysis here. Mesothelioma. Oh, wait. I didn't realize mesothelioma drops out in 2020. I don't think it did that for race. Further. Can we say that the disparity is overall higher in 2010 versus 2000? I guess we can. Probably we can. I mean, really we should total it up, but like... Disparity are the same in 2000 and 2010, while 2020 is 3 different types of cancers. I want to come back up to the one that's split up by race. Excuse me. Oh, I renamed it and okay. Restart R, run all chunks. Hey, now it's showing up inside the thing. Oh, it's a little squished. There we go. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should search for a reference on skin cancer and race. I just want to see if they say why. I assume it's the actual, like, if you have paler skin, you're more likely to get skin cancer. I'd like to find a thing that, a scientific source that actually confirms that. Hmm. Contributing factors. Uh, Delayed diagnosis skin cancer in skin of color patients. Unique to similar clinical presentations as compared to those in Caucasians. Really? I didn't know that. 50% of BCCs in skin color patients, skin of color. That's a weird way of saying it. Present with pigmentation, which may mask the translucent characteristic of BCCs. Really? So it's just harder to diagnose skin cancer in people of color too, even if they have it. Like, it's harder to, like, catch it. Okay, we're gonna use this as a reference. I think this is a good enough paper for our purposes. Hey, Milk. It's a little data analysis project I've been doing. So I've been trying to learn R. And this is just kind of a good excuse to learn R, I think, because it's just a thing that interests me. I pulled data from a publicly available database called SEER, SEER, about cancer incidence, which is like diagnosis rates in America from 2000 to 2023. And it's broken out by sex and by race. And then later on, I also break it out by like type of cancer. It's being annoying and not showing up here, but like this one here, I have a plot of like for all types of cancer, what are the rates of cancer incidence for different races? I have one above for sexes too, but for doing this, just like not displaying right now. So yeah, I've made all the plots that I want to make, I think, and right now I'm just working on, like, I'm not going very deep into it, but just kind of identifying what the interesting trends are and at least speculating on why those trends could be there. And I'm trying to cite actual scientific papers as much as possible when I do that. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing has been this rise that American Indian/Alaska Native people have had. Like that's the thing that I want to know more about the most after looking at all these plots. Um, and so yeah, basically what I was just looking at then is oh, am I dumb? Did I copied the wrong thing? Okay, that works. Uh, skin cancer is a cancer that seems to have a lot of disparities in like incidence, and that's I think it's just that people with paler skin are more likely to get skin cancer. And so I was just looking for a good like academic resource that confirms that. And it's actually it's deeper than just that too, uh, which I did not expect. Yeah, I guess white people are also just more likely to go to the doctor and ask if they do have skin cancer too. So we're going to cite this. So I guess we should really mention this up here. Basal and squamous. And Kaposi sarcoma, type of skin cancer, are the main drivers of disparity in cancer incidence by race/origin. While people with paler skin are more likely to get skin cancer, there are more reasons. There, I guess, are also deeper reasons for this disparity, such as people with darker skin being less likely to see a doctor, or let's look at to suspect they have skin cancer and see a doctor, along with doctors having less training and identifying skin cancer in people of color. Reference 6. And actually, I forgot. I need to explain what my measure of disparity is. The data has been filtered and tidied. It's time to measure disparities per cancer site. We have to confront the question of, confront the following question. What is the disparity? Oh man, okay, I want to say naive, but naive has like, it has like the double dot over the I. I want to get that character. Wait, is a single dot also correct? I guess single dot is also correct. Hey Chandu, it's going good. How about you? You can be naiver or naivist? That sounds so weird. I am naiver than you? It should, more naive sounds so much more natural. Okay, anyway. I guess you don't need the double dot. I prepped all of undergraduate math? No, I did not prep all of undergraduate math. I have a bachelor's in applied math. The classes I took were like calculus, differential equations, linear algebra, numerical methods. I did a geometry class. Oh, I studied it. Yeah, I do have a like a full-on bachelor's in applied math and even a master's in applied math too. So that's the thing. I didn't take proofwriting class or real analysis during my bachelor's. I do know a fair bit about both of those though. So if there's something you want to talk about there or a question you want to ask, please let me know. This is literally how we upgrade adjectives in German. I mean, in English, like you like I guess you either say more something or you add an ER. It just sounds so weird for naive-er, though. More naive in German is how toddlers speak. I don't. Naive-er just sounds stupid. That sounds like how toddlers speak in English. Yeah, I'd say both of those are important for math in general. Proofwriting is an important foundation for you as a mathematician, and real analysis is important for the foundation of math as a concept. You can get more foundational than real analysis, but real analysis is definitely important too. I'm naive, I'm naiver, and I'm the naivist. I guess we say that in English too. I just didn't think we did. It's so we certainly like, where does naive as a word come from? It's a French word. Yeah, you called it echo. So I assume maybe something in French is why we say naiver. Oh, it's related to native. I can see that. Okay. You're a CS guy. He's kind of studied math in undergraduate. Now you're trying to relearn that by myself. Oh, okay. So yeah, if you if you want me to like, I guess give you a couple of topics that you might be interested in, I could do that. I could also give you resources for where you can go to learn undergraduate math. Project Euler? Oh, you're probably seeing the bookmark I have up there. I used to do Project Euler a decent amount on stream. It's been a while. Let me sign in and see where I'm at. I don't really do them much anymore. Oh. How do I see statistics? Progress. 23. So not too many. I know of leak code. I'd never done leak code. Lean more towards competition math in leak code side. Fair enough. Competition math is, I don't find it interesting personally, but there's a lot of people who do, and there's nothing wrong with it. English and German and ist, or Latin's eor, more most, plus le plus. Le plus. The usage tab? Okay. That's how you can get a new job now as a software engineer? Yeah, I'm not sure if competition math would be all helpful, but leak code I could see for sure. Oh. Two grammatical instructions, using comparison, using er, est, some irregular forms, syntactic one, adverbs more, most, less, least. Words of one syllable require the suffix. Fun. Oh, I never thought about that. Wait. Words of three or more. No, wait. What is this saying? Suffixes, you don't say funner. Oh, except for a few words. Okay. Words of three or more syllables require more or most. Naive is 2 syllables, so where does it fit in here? Idiomatic. Some requiring... Okay, there's just no rule. Struggling building logic? In what way? Like, what type of logic? Linguistics can definitely be cool, yeah. Politer? Or I never have heard anyone say politer. More polite sounds so much better to me. And so I guess, Echo, in line with what you were saying, the and ist are of Germanic origin. In German, is it always and ist? Or like, almost always at least? Come with a formula for a leak code solution, not always. Think in that direction to write a solution. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the challenge, yeah. For all adjectives is and ist. Okay, interesting. That'd be a lot easier. I'm glad that English is my native language, because it sounds like a nightmare to learn. Absolute adjectives. Oh, okay, sure. Cretaceous and igneous rocks. It's very Cretaceous. Full, complete, unique. Yeah, okay. So these are just like binary adjectives. Okay. Low-key pregnant. Of course, it's also affected by grammatical gender in case. Okay, fair enough. Extremely pregnant. Low-key poisoned by grandma. Ugh. Milady? Means young. Milady? Nothing low-key about that? I guess not. Unless you're being really sneaky about it, I guess. Bhutanese passport Wikipedia? No, I can't say I have. Bhutanese passport Wikipedia. One drop of detergent in coffee or what? Sabo? Yeah, it's a slight poisoning. Sounds good, Chandu. Thanks for the lurk. You meant to Google that? Scroll down to in popular culture. Wikipedia user claiming to be Bhutanese and native speaker of Donka? I don't know how you say that. Add a spoken article audio file to the Bhutanese passport article on the English Wikipedia. Considered humorous by internet commentators, spawning an internet meme, the article was deleted in 2015 following debate on the article's talk page. Is this a robot reading the Wikipedia page? Okay. I had never heard of this, Floppy. I guess, Chandu, someone added an audio file of them reading the Wikipedia page about Bhutanese passports. And it's that really weird robot voice, and so people made a meme out of it. And Wikipedia wrote in a section on that thing that happened on Wikipedia. Yeah, it's a meme. Fair enough. That's like a deep cut meme. Man, you can't even go to Antarctica without a visa. Feels bad. Wikipedia talk pages are awesome. I don't think I've ever like seen that before. Top of any page. Okay, yeah, let's try it with this one. Talk. I'd never even noticed that. Wait, is this like... Oh, this is like a forum? Oh. This is a level 5 vital article. A more perfect union. That's true. That's not good grammar now, is it? Oh. All dogs go to heaven too? Okay. Gosh, just looking at these. Someone is there's multiple leaf blowers blowing outside, and I think my mic is picking it up, and I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that though. That's so annoying, man. You can't? Okay, it looks like right then you couldn't, at least. I'm looking at my levels though. Let's remove the very large summary, appear to be taken somewhere else. You know who would want to read that Gordon Freeman from Half-Life 1 and 2 does? Christmas Carol. Britann? Called an All Dogs Christmas Carol. Should this be added? No. Charles was done by Jesse Cordy. Can you tell me this is true? Yes, that is true. Winky face. Well, I tried. Apparently, Wikifolk Life like to stick with info given out at the time of the movie show's release by its company. If that info is wrong, fine by me. Slash is obviously not an Irish setter, but whatever. So is there going to be a whole war over the breed of one of the characters in an animated dog movie? Look at the any more people thing. Any people who put Gordon Freeman's death into Wikipedia will have their posts deleted. Someone was still here to do the joke. I deleted their post. Any more people want to put the joke in here? It's confirmed. The cast wants the joke to stop. It's over. What is the Gordon Freeman thing? YouTuber series called Half-Life VR, but the AI is self-aware. Half-Life, but in VR. The NPCs are being controlled by another player. In one of the episodes, one of the characters makes a joke about adding Gordon's death on Wikipedia page to All Dogs Go to Heaven too. So it came out, everyone flocked to the page that had Gordon's death in. Due to that, page protected until 2021. That's basically it in a nutshell. That's so random. Now until 2023, because it's still a problem? Go to history. Better rendition of Gordon Freeman. Gordon Freeman, new section. Reverted. Gordon Freeman dies at the end. Gordon Freeman. Someone says, please stop. Oh my god. Please stop. How recent are these? 2024? 2025? Wow. This movie has dogs. People are still doing it. Do I like being scared? No? There's some horror things that I like. If you're about to scare me right now, like it's not like you're trying you're about to scare me, like you're about to pop out from behind me and yell something. Yeah, that's a hell of a rabbit hole. Boo! Ah! 3, 2, 1, computer turn off. Imagine if that worked. He doesn't stream anymore, but a friend of mine used to have a channel point redeemed that you can turn his stream off. I never saw someone get enough points to redeem it though, so I'm kind of bummed. I recommended my YouTube homepage and wondered. I mean, I guess it's kind of it's if you ask me that like the question, do I like being scared? I would answer no, but there is like a deeper thing you can like go into because like I said, like I do like certain types of horror, and a lot of people do enjoy horror movies, or even like I've gone skydiving, and I was scared then. So yeah, I guess like horror stuff and like thrill-seeking stuff is, I guess, to some extent about enjoying being scared. Hell no, there's horror movies scary, and then there's skydiving. Never. I would rather skydive than watch certain horror movies. I don't really ever want to skydive again. Like I went once when I was 19 or 18, and that was good enough for me. So never force me doing that. That's a skinwalker, and I'm in danger or dead already. Yeah, I don't know if I would be brave enough to do it today. I don't think I would be. I wasn't really brave enough to do it then. I was basically frozen with fear, but because like when it's your first time skydiving, they don't just push you out of a plane and say good luck. I was like strapped to a dude who actually knew what he was doing. And so I was just like so afraid, I just kind of shut down, and like he just kind of like kept going forward and jumped out of the plane. I was just kind of along for the ride. But yeah, if I hadn't if it didn't have that fear response, I probably wouldn't have done it. Is to so how to measure disparity in a population. My naive way to do it is to take the group with the highest incidence and divide it by the lowest incidence for each year. I call this method naive because it discards information about other groups that may be important. And what I guess that's really why. For example, in this data, there are 5 groups of races / origins. There are 5 groups for race / origin. This measure would allow us to say that actually, and it discards the actual groups involved. The names of the actual groups. One race / origin experiences a type of cancer with, say, 5 times the rate that another group does, without telling us which groups they are or anything about the other 3 groups. Dwarf Keck, it's been a minute. I've been good. How about you? On the other hand, this measure is simple to calculate and interpret, and gets a good start on searching for types of cancers that drive disparities. Okay, and then we're getting into the actual disparities by race. What is the scale? Why is the scale going by threes? You're doing good. 3 days ago, I finished all my exams at college, and it's 1.5 years of studies. Oh wait, so are you completely done with college now? Or are you just on break? Oh, 1.5 years left. Okay, okay. Nice. You're in the home stretch then. You're more than halfway through. Sounds like. I hope you enjoy the break. Graph can be used to make statements like in the year 2000, one race/origin group was diagnosed with Kaposi sarcoma at a rate 7.5 times higher than another race/origin group. There we go. 7.5, is that? Yeah, that is halfway between 6 and 9. I'm looking at this green bar right here. It's just kind of close to one of the horizontal lines. Emphasize how short summer break is. All June it's still studies. July 2nd to 9 are exams. Now you're resting. 4th week of August. Oh, that's not much of a summer break at all. Is your winter break at least a similar length? I'm thinking like my summer breaks were normally like 3 months, but winter break is only 2 weeks. So if you just get like the days somewhere else in the year, that's nice, but yeah. It is like very late into the year to still be studying. Winter break is 2 weeks also. Shorter because other exams. Oh. Then there's just no rest for the wicked, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Let's look back at this one. Oh wait, next, let's do the same, but with sex. But skin excluding basal and squamous. Completely relative to, or I guess compared to race/origin. Wait, it's not Carposi, Kaposi. You haven't had any luck with exams yet? You always answered first, relying on what I actually knew, while others went last and cheated. Your last name is the first. Wait, how do your exams work? Are they like oral exams? Like, do you do in front of the rest of the class, or? I'm confused what that means, or like how your exams work. We answer orally. And so the rest of the class can hear what the questions and your answers are. And surely you're not all asked the same question, right? Like they must know that students at the start have a disadvantage. And they account for that in some way, right? Like, that sounds really stupid if not. So Kaposi sarcoma has come up in all of these graphs. We should maybe, let's look for an academic article about that. So I wonder if disparities in Kaposi sarcoma, and it must be linked to disparities in HIV. Hmm. So it might be more helpful to look into disparities in HIV if I want to explain why Kaposi sarcoma is so uh such an important thing here. Maybe this one. We walk into the room, draw a ticket. Each one is different, and a sheet for rough notes. Sit at a desk, have 15 minutes to prepare. We give our answers orally. Volunteering for the notes we jotted down. Sitting as first on the list, so as the first one to answer. Oh, but your classmates can still think about it and adjust their answers. Well, that's a terrible way to structure an exam, I feel like. Um, I'm glad I like. I'm glad I haven't had to do an exam like that. That's what your oral high school final exams were like? Terrible. Hated and developed a fear of oral exams. Yeah, I mean, especially when like you just when the rest of the class is listening to you too, just adds an element of like nervousness. They went really badly. Yeah, I mean, you could know the material really well and still do bad on an exam in that format. It's a lot of pressure. I can also imagine that professors would move towards doing exams like that though because of AI. And if you're like on the spot having to speak in front of the class, you can't really use AI to cheat. Not easily. I mean, first oral exam since then in 12 days? Oh god. Which class is it? This article is not freely available. I'm not going to register for it. Uh, let's look at this one. Graph theory. Okay. Which of the professors I'm working for? Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, hopefully you'll be okay. You can listen to me. Most times it's useless. For instance, I might have a question about how cast iron is produced. Okay. So you do get different questions at least. They still get more time to think though, because even if they're not allowed to write, they still get to think about their answer if they don't have to go first. Man, that'll be a nightmare too. Because if you only have one question, what if it's like, what if the question what if you get unlucky and the question is about like the one thing in the class you don't get? So I think I always have whenever I'm taking a class, I always have some kind of hole in my knowledge like that, where it's like I feel really comfortable with all the material except this one thing. You just die, then you're fucked. Yeah, yeah. First teacher to kind of ask you different questions. Yeah, I guess that's the hope. Yeah, I'm thinking to like the PDE class that I just took, where I there's definitely certain topics where if I was asked a question on the spot, I probably wouldn't be able to have an answer for it. But if you ask me something about like a harmonic function, I could probably do that no problem. But like, if you ask me something about like the Lax-Milgram theorem, I probably struggle with that. It is a really cool theorem. Let's go to the non-generalized one. It lets you like it talks about the weak formulation for PDEs. And the weak formulation is the opposite of weak. It's really powerful. They can just make you fail. Yeah. Choose. I we could just link this article without having. I doubt we'll be able to get. Yeah. We don't need that specific of in our a paper for this claim. I don't think. Like, I just want to say HIV gets a lot of disparities, and Kaposi sarcoma is linked to HIV. Imagine how frustrating was me. I came with my knowledge and notes, write what I know, barely get a 6 out of 10, knows nothing, came in without notes with his phone. Teacher was looking away, Pete did an easy answer. Same time he Googled the answer and got a 7. He swept through practically. Oh. Okay, and so when you said cheating earlier, you meant actual cheating. I thought you meant like cheating because they had an unfair advantage. But they're just looking at their phones and shit. That is so frustrating. Yeah, I would be really mad if I was in your shoes there, because like it's not like you and I are maybe similar, where if I really wanted to, I could figure out a way to cheat in my classes, but I don't want to. I want to actually learn the material and get good at it. So like, why would I want to cheat? And then, but the issue is that you have classmates who are cheating and they get better grades because they're cheating. Everyone's on their phones. My teacher barely gave me a look at my notes that I did through the whole semester. Yeah, that's crazy, Dwarf Keck. I guess all you can do is just play your own game and try not to think too much about what your classmates are doing. Yeah, Echo, there as a student, there really isn't much you can do. That's just that's just a fact of life, I guess. Like, even outside of a school environment, people are gonna cheat and get ahead, and they're gonna get away with it, and that's just how life goes. Not always. That whatever I just said was really pessimistic, but it definitely happens. Yeah, I agree with that, Echo. It's not something that you can control, so there's no point in letting it affect your mental health or your life. Yeah, that's a good attitude to have. This might not be what I exactly want. This could work. This is, I guess, about what I was looking for. Okay, I think we'll use this article. Lightfoot? Oh, that's a badass last name. Margarita Lightfoot. Lightfoot, I feel like that's an elf's last name. I didn't think I'd be up to 7 references, by the way. I ended up doing a lot more research for this than I kind of intended. HIV, which which disproportionately affects different racial / origin groups and sexes. Reference 7. Unit test 2 once back in high school. It was a religion class exam. I just took my notes out and read through it. Not even the teacher really cared. Yeah, I mean, like, that is cheating, but it's not like the worst kind of cheating you could possibly have done. And it's just once. Like, in like 5th grade, I cheated on a project and I basically just copied Wikipedia, or miraculously my mom helped me copy from Wikipedia. And yeah, I got away with that. So people stay away from college university, but oh well. Yeah. Those are people who just like want the piece of paper and they don't care how they get it. Guilty of working through my science with ChatGPT too, so who am I to judge? I see, no, I don't think that's inherently cheating. It depends how you're using ChatGPT in my mind. Just straight up copy pasting, like giving ChatGPT the question and just straight up copy pasting the answer, 100% cheating, not okay. But using ChatGPT to like be a study buddy or giving it like just one step of the problem, maybe like that's either, to me, that's either not cheating or it's only like, 30% cheating or something. I think you can use ChatGPT productively without cheating, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. When someone failed the exams, at least one failed, now he has to retake the exam. Okay. Do you expect me to understand function analysis all by myself? Exactly. Like, presenting your ideas to let ChatGPT see if you're on the right track. Yeah, that's like a good way to use it. Especially when there's like unsupportive professors. Like, I think they're basically pushing people towards using ChatGPT in today's age. What do you make of these original proofs? I don't know what these original proofs are, so Stroganoff. Like, what kind of proofs do you mean? If you use ChatGPT just to do the thing I know only because I'm lazy, is it cheating? If you already have that skill and you're just too lazy to like do the work of it, I don't think you're really cheating. You're just like, I don't think that's any different than like writing a script. Like if there's some like data, like if there's some like tedious thing with like a spreadsheet that you need to clean up and it's the same thing every time, that's no different than like writing a script to clean it up for you, in my mind. That's just super supportive, just too much work. You spend 6 hours on one problem just to not have the time. Okay, yeah, I get that too. That was my PDE's class where like I'm willing to spend 10 hours on a single problem, but I physically can't spend 10 hours on like the 5 problems every single week that we were assigned. Some research mathematicians put some prompts in to basically search the proof space and solved. Oh, okay. So I did hear of there's at least one Erdish problem that was solved by ChatGPT. And it's also disproved a conjecture that Erdish did. This is the one that I think of that ChatGPT actually like found a proof for that humans had not. There was also a disproof though. It's done multiple things. Or it's proved some and disproved others. This is one that it proved. Um, so, and you're asking what do I make of them? I think it's a good thing because a lot of these problems aren't necessarily out of our reach, but they just haven't been interested a human enough to really investigate them thoroughly. That's my impression of what a lot of these problems are and why they're still unsolved. It's more for lack of interest than a difficulty. And I think that's a great thing to use chat like AI for, like the things that we don't want to do. And since like we have Lean to kind of verify that their proofs check out, I think it's even better to have like the AI like write the proofs in Lean. We can lean on it, exactly. If I've finished my degree in 5 years of time, so you cannot take less courses per semester to focus on in an unlimited sense. Also cannot fail too many. You have to get through it to be accepted for the exam. You're not feeling like I'm taking the whole thing in. Yes. You get forced to go through it at a certain pace, whether that's the pace you can learn at or not. And so there's a feeling of like building the plane as you're flying it. And you're never learning anything perfectly. You're just kind of learning enough to like get by. That's the way that I felt too. If the research professors are using it, at what point is cheating just this is the way we do things? Well, there is a difference. The purpose of school is for you to learn new skills. And schools give you grades based on how experts at those skills think that you've progressed. The purpose of research is to answer questions. And I think all bets are off when like you already have the skills and you're just trying to get answers to the questions. So I don't think that's cheating. Or I think you can say students should not use AI or should only use it in certain ways. And that's logically consistent with saying researchers can use AI. Log base 2 of 16 is 4, yes, because 2 to the power of 4 is 16. AI is good for connecting vertices we have so far, since it cannot form new thoughts. Still up to humanity to discover new vertices. Fair enough. Speaking of, stop using AI. Thanks for the follow. You have no clue of functional analysis. If you just practice enough past exams, you might pass. Yeah. There's a certain degree of just kind of memorizing patterns and how to answer problems versus actually knowing how to answer them. But honestly, I think like that's not like that can be a legitimate way to learn too. Start by memorizing the patterns, and as you do them more and think about them more, the actual reason why they work sinks in. You're stuck on some math? Not Chris. Hit me with it. You do remember log still, Dwarfkeck? Yep. You thought you would learn how to do math? I mean, you are just it's like what is it like? Like just because there's gaps in what you're learning doesn't mean you're not going to come out the other side of your degree like you will come out the other side of your degree a better mathematician. Yes, there's going to be gaps, but you'll have the tools to fill in those gaps if you need to or want to. So I think you are learning how to do math, just for practical reasons. You can't learn everything perfectly in that, you know, finite amount of years. Do you understand the difference? These tools are there, and they will be required to use these tools for their jobs. It seems to me these things will need to be properly incorporated in Cerivula? I assume you just mean like in the curriculum. I don't know what that word means, but yeah, I mean, Swill, that's kind of a question. Like, should universities and even earlier schools, no worries. Should universities or even schools before then integrate AI into the curricula? And if so, how? And you make a strong argument in favor of integrating it in because it is going to be the way of the future. Honestly, I don't know where I stand on it. It's really hard to like. It's really hard to get students to think for themselves when they have an easy out with just asking the AI. But in theory, it does seem like I like the idea of finding a way to integrate AI. Then you have a 3D plane, a thin rectangular strip. I think the example just mentioned it has some vertical subdivisions. So, wait, okay. So thin rectangular strip, vertical subdivisions. You have a float wave sine. Oh, like it's a wavy strip, potentially. Okay. First year of college, I passed math exam because my teacher literally answered my exam for me. Most of the questions I did myself. Oh, it's kind of crazy, dwarf. Wave equals sine position dot x times wave frequency plus time times wave speed. That's how you calculate a wave on some verts. These like vertical subdivisions. Time dot y is just time. Needs a mask. I think this math is just going to move it left and right. It's not wavy by default. Hmm. Oh, really swell. Yeah, I'd be interested to see it, and I can send it to Megalomorph if you're willing to. You, if you're in my Discord, you can post it there. If you're in another Matchmaker's Discord, they probably wouldn't mind you posting it there, and I can find it. Or if you want to upload, you could upload it to like website too, and links are turned on. It's sketchy though. Okay. Um, then, okay. So it's between 0 and 1. Well, it might just be chopping rather than scaling. I'd be careful of that, but I have if I wanted to accomplish, I have my idea for how I do it. I don't know if it would work with what you're doing. I do want to take a peek at what Swill just posted though. And I'll come back to this. Sorry, I just want to see if it doesn't look too long. So I wanted to for every instance. Okay. We start t equals 0. This is like Euler's formula. Equals 0. Should we will skip the disk or go to the 0 function? Oh, that is a circle, isn't it? I never thought about that. Hey, Raven. Mew, mew, mew. It's been a minute. How have you been? Yeah, what does that mean that it forms a circle? You been okay? That's not bad. Oh, and hey, Orange Hue. It's good morning, probably. For you. Yeah, we don't have any, like, initial data, do we? So some morning coffee, I called it. Hope you're doing well. So what does it mean for a trajectory to escape? So, okay. Any valid solution needs to be inside of this disk on the y dot plane. Last night's pizza for ooh, nice. This doesn't look like script. I'd be thinking with you. Yarp. The problem is this right here. It's a differential inequality. Y squared plus parentheses 1 plus y prime squared less than or equal to 1. We think it only has one solution, which is y equals 0, and we've been trying to look for a proof for that. We're doing that at the start of the stream. Here's what we have all y dots non-positive. It only contacts 0, 0, 1s. Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what you mean with this trajectory. I like you were mentioning like the slope field or the Euler field before, right? Or was someone was. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean with that. Here, do I still I might still have it written down up here. Yeah, it's this. Actually, I can just paste it in the chat. Yeah, my handwriting is pretty bad. Okay, so Dang it. Okay, so Chris, I don't want to abandon what we were talking about either. Well, so let me go. I guess I'm going to switch back and forth between these topics. Sorry if it's confusing for you all. So what I'm thinking is, it's 1+y prime, squared. So it's a differential inequality instead of a differential equation. So I'm assuming, like, is float wave, like, this is the y coordinate for each of these vertices? That's how I would interpret. That's what I hope float wave is, because then what I'm saying next will hopefully make sense. I would start by picture how you want it to look at time 0 and make a sine wave according to that. I'm interpreting wave as pos.y if pos.x is the position of every vertex. Pos.x times the frequency is going to be the same thing as what I'm about to write here, which is like b minus a for end minus start divided by 2 pi, I think. Do I have that right? I have that flipped, actually. I think I have it flipped. I think there's also an offset that I need to worry about for a general start and end point. No, so I'm assuming this, like, strip needs to stay in place. And so I'm assuming this is, like, the start is at, A is that x position. And B is that x position. That I need to have an A in here somewhere, though. I think it's... I think this is more proper. And I can actually... I think this is going to give the behavior that I'm aiming for. Where if position is A, this becomes 0, and so our initial y coordinate is 0, and I'm assuming that's what we want. If we don't want that, we can always do, like, a plus c or something. And if position.x is b, then it's b minus a over b minus a, so you have just sine of 2 pi, which is also 0. It doesn't compute the base, which is bad. Okay, so we can incorporate that. So what this gives you, at time 0, you're starting with just a regular sine wave. So if this is your first vertex, it'll go up and then down, and it'll end at your last vertex perfectly. That's what the initial shape will be at time 0. If you want it to fluctuate throughout time, though, we can do that by changing the amplitude of this wave, is how I'm thinking about it. So amplitude is like multiplying the front by a number. I'm going to put it at the end, I guess, because it's all the same. I guess so. Yeah, you could call it strength. And so we want that amplitude to change over time. And so a convenient choice here is cosine. And so you here you could do time dot y times wave speed if you want. And so this will make the amplitude fluctuate over time with some frequency that you define. Oh, okay. I bet you could do something like that, changing it just a little bit over time. To me, this makes sense to me at least, though. And then at the end of this, you can do plus some offset for whatever you want the base, or like base plus base, for whatever your baseline height is. So if I'm thinking about this right, this should give you a wave that kind of like over, like this peak will come down and it'll kind of like flip itself and then come back up. And it'll go like just back and forth like that as long as you want. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, sure. And then we'll go back to the differential inequality now. Your orange y next is going the wrong direction. Okay. Oh yeah, let's make a new page. This is your current graph. Moves the whole object back and forth. Okay. Is that a position on the left? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here. Okay, that's position on the left. Y-axis G? Okay. Okay. Oh, and that's the wave start or whatever? The offset. Okay. You're adding cosine of the time. I see. Yeah, this is an interesting way to represent a process like this. A little more complicated to look at than just a regular formula, but there's probably an advantage to doing this. Not bad when it's organized? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess were you asking me some of us or just like showing it off? Because it's kind of interesting to see this, but I do also want to go back to that inequality. As I see the current result, which is nice. Okay. Oh no, okay. That no worries. Sometimes you're serious. Sometimes. Okay, so no worries. Hopefully it works. Set at t equals 0. Either the director will either escape. Okay, so yeah, this is like a maybe is it called Newton's method? I think it's Euler's method when you kind of numerically solve the differential equation and you get kind of like a stepped solution. Feel free to share, Yarp. The best pen to write math with. I'm not much of a pen person. Like I don't get into the fancy pens at all. I just have some good old Pilot. Is it G2s? Yeah, a G2. These are, I assume you mean an actual like physical pen. So I took all my notes using that, and I enjoyed it. It's like a gel pen by default, so I want to swap it out for a different like ink cartridge, but I don't want to waste it. True, Jed. Best pen to do math with is Pen Center. That's the real answer. Great shout. For pencils, oh, there's a really popular. Is it Tycon Dorogo that's popular? I don't know. I just have some mechanical pencil. I think they're also Pilot. I never looked into getting like what pencils are good though, so I'm not sure. You just subtract and basically that's it, isn't that? Like subtract the ones out from each side? You can do that. Oh wait. Never mind. Okay, no worries, Yarp. I appreciate you even trying. You're missing a Y? Okay. Yeah, I don't have the rusty excuse, but I'm still struggling with this equation here. Oh, famous, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's flawless as all my drawings are. So yeah, I guess that's a good idea. Like, let's think about the slope fields. Um, so if y equals 0, what do we have? 1 plus y squared, y prime. Ah. Asking if y is an integer? I hope I'm not misinterpreting you, but y is any real number. Y is a function of x or t, whatever letter you prefer to use. Okay, so along this bit here, we can have 0 slopes, or we can have like -2 slopes. And I think what Swill Stroganoff is trying to argue is that if we allow non-zero slopes, we're going to escape out of this circle of validity. Because we have to be inside of this circle in order for this inequality to hold. I think that's the idea. I haven't actually confirmed that that would happen. Let's see if y equals 1/2. What happens? We would have, that becomes 3/4, so -3/4. Oh, wait, we're square rooting it though. The option is that you move to 0 slope, but your y is determined. In that case, you run it backwards. Yeah, I'm still not sure what the run it backwards part means. This is a stupid number. -1 minus √3/2. So, it's √3/2. That's less than 1. So this is a negative number, right? Yeah, it's got to be less than 1 because it's on the unit circle. So if y equals 1/2, we always have some negative slope. I don't know. You move the time variable. I'm thinking. Oh, okay, yeah. Is that the thing where you like connect to the slopes to get a possible solution? Where like if you start connecting like these, you're gonna escape from the thing. Whereas if your slope is 0, you would just stay put, I guess. Oh yeah, good point, Jed. I heard that's a thing you can do with these slope fields, right? Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I guess the only way you would not escape, well, yeah, so as soon as y is anything except for 0, y prime is forced to be a negative number. Because this 0 is going to become some negative number. And as soon as that happens, we're going to escape from this circle of validity. Okay, I think I like that. Can it pseudo, please? Or sorry, there's a typo in what you wrote. It's 1 plus y prime squared. So it can be simplified, or you could rewrite it if you wanted, but it's not that simple. I think I like this, Will. I don't know why I feel so rusty on slope fields, but that does seem like a nice way of thinking about it. And in typical me fashion, I'm going to go to Paul. See, that's what I was like curious about. Like, so for slope fields, like just like what the axes are labeled as. This is v of t versus t, but we had y and y prime. I know that's like, I don't know. No worries, Swell. G and have a chatbot help. That's fine too. Yeah, okay, so that's the reason why I'm hesitating about the slope field thing, because I think I think to do the trajectory thing, you do need to have the axes be like x and y, or t and y, rather than y and y prime. That y and y prime also tells you something. I don't know if it tells you that, though. So I guess that's why I'm hesitant. I don't know. I do think I'm going to wrap things up, though. It has been a 4.5-hour stream. The things less inside are more than 0. Is y squared is less than 1? Yes, it does. And so that gives you some nice restrictions to work with. We were saying, you could maybe do something with like the mean value theorem to show that y equals 0 is the only thing that works. If you also know that fact, pseudo, please. Okay, Swell. Yeah, I part of it's just me getting kind of tired as I have done math for so long at once. But yeah, that's why I'm getting tripped on interpreting this. The slope is always less than or equal to 0, which means y, right. So basically, we suspect y equals 0 is the only solution, and it'd be great if we could find a proof for it. But we would also take another solution if you could find one. But we think there isn't another solution. We don't know what the answer is, for sure. Yeah, so definitely like y is bounded between -1 and 1, and y prime is bounded between -2 and 0. So yeah, if you want to keep the conversation, I guess feel free to go over to Discord. Swill Stroganoff has posted this image, and if anyone comes up with anything, feel free to post your thoughts too. I do think I want to call it here though, because I'm getting kind of mentally tired. So yeah, okay, the YouTube stream off here. So anybody's here on YouTube, thank you for being here. Goodbye, YouTube.